Stay safe, healthy, and maintain your distance. Have a great afternoon. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there
Motion
such
to
a
it. I'll make the
Adjourn
motion
at
to adjourn.
4:20.
it's
Okay.
4:20? Ooh, Lordy,
Wow, Leo,
goodness.
you're doing good.
I
We did
tried
good.
hard, but thanks for this. Listen, this is the background. You see my background?
I love
This
your
was,
Beautiful, man.
background.
all right, this was the background that the all of the various committees from the town of Miami Lakes had today in making the presentation to the All American
Hello,
Students.
we know that.
So
I'm a
that looks
fan of the
good.
backgrounds. I think they look so nice when it's
I
all
like
uniform and you're making
goodness.
a presentation. I know
I
Yes,
some
like
of the speakers on the Unity Prayer couldn't have it, but for the most
right.
part, it looked really nice.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes,
Awesome.
yes.
So
Some of them
again,
have problems putting the
Yeah.
thing
yeah.
on.
The
But it came
background.
out well. So Elizabeth,
It came out good.
Willie, thank you all. And please convey our deepest appreciation to Brandon for all the marketing that he does. He does a heck of a job getting out
Yeah.
information out there. So again, have a great afternoon, and I have entertained a motion. It has been made, and the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone. Be
Bye,
safe.
guys.
Have a great
Please be
afternoon.
safe.
Safe.
Great. Boom off. Leaving the meeting.
Hey, Manny, are you there?
Yes, sir.
How's it going? Do we know who is not showing up today so we know who to expect?
Yeah. The only people that told me no were Eric Grass, Ariana, and Michael Torino.
Okay,
So
thank you.
yeah, we basically have everyone else. The only other person would be Christina Christoph that said that she's gonna try and join as soon as she's out of work, which is around like
Okay.
6.
Okay, and you're gonna be here with us today, right? Not Christina?
Christina should be joining in a minute. I think she was just on her way back to her house or something like that, and she's gonna call in from there.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
No problem.
Good afternoon. I have a phone number ending in 1386. Who's this?
I think we have to unmute them first. Over here.
Yeah, the person needs to be unmuted. I can just send the request to unmute. I'm trying to get to identify the person.
How does it work on a phone? Because if it's a phone, they can't really unmute themselves through Zoom.
Yes, they can. They need to press *6. If it's just like a landline or an old non-smartphone, *6 is the way of doing it.
Okay.
What was the last the number again?
It ends in 1386. It's 76 537 1386.
Yeah, that's Emily Garcia.
Emily?
Emily Garcia. Yeah, she's a member.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hello, this is Christina calling in.
Hi, Christina.
Hey, Kate.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Christina.
And then we need to identify who the 7681 phone number is.
That's Daylene. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure.
Do we want to wait a few more minutes for other people to join?
The other two people would be Juan and Eddie Cedeno.
I'll give them a call really quick if you want and see if they're joining.
Hello, this is Jose Quintero.
How's it going, Jose?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is there any way to change? I can't, for some reason, I can't change my name on the, so that it reflects my name.
Yeah, that would, Herman would have to change that, so.
Okay.
So what's your name?
Nancy Matos.
1 T?
Nancy.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Nancy. Okay, perfect. Good.
Thank you.
No problem. Who was number ending in 7681?
That's Daylene?
Daylene Garcia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Figueroa Garcia.
Okay, Juan Rodriguez and Eddie Cedeno are joining right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Manuel, I'm going to make you a co-host so you have control of the screen and admitting anyone or removing, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And I believe that is Juan that just joined.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Manny, let me know when you guys are ready.
Yep, go ahead. That's everyone.
All right, perfect. All right, everyone, welcome to the special call meeting for the Youth Activities Task Force. The time is 5:30 p.m. and I am going to call this meeting to order. Unfortunately, I don't think our secretary is here, so does anyone here want to volunteer to be the secretary for the meeting? I'm guessing not. Am I going to be the secretary as well as the chair for the meeting?
I was nominating Brian Rodriguez.
Oh, great. Okay. All right. So for a roll call, Brian Rodriguez, present. Michael Torino, Christina Kristoff, Daylene Garcia. I don't know if she has to unmute herself. I know she's here. Emily Garcia. Eric Grass. Nancy Matos.
Here.
Flavia Nunez.
Here.
Alika Quintero.
Here.
Jose Quintero.
Here.
Ariana Rejas. Juan Rodriguez,
Here.
Eddie Sereno,
Here.
Eric Valerdi,
Here.
and I believe Day and Emily, you guys are here as well. You guys just got unmuted, correct?
Yes, we're here.
Perfect. We have a quorum. Do we have any public comments? No public comments? Okay. Christina, did you send everyone the minutes for the last meeting?
Yes, I sent it to them
Okay.
for the meeting.
So for those that may not have it open yet, go ahead and open that and please review it before we pass a motion to accept them. Do we have a motion to accept the minutes from last meeting? No motion. Anyone have a motion for the minutes for last meeting?
This is Juan. I have a motion to accept the meeting, the minutes for the last meeting.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
I second.
Okay, any discussion?
None.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. Order of business, pros, additions, deletions. Does anyone want to add or remove anything or defer anything from tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we will move on. So now we are under new business, voting for vacant positions. As you all know, we currently do not have a permanent chair for the committee due to our chair resigning last meeting. So we will have to elect a new chair. At this, and just to go over some rules, when we go into voting for the position, we will be doing a roll call. When your name is called, please state the name that you want for the position of the people that are nominated. Everyone understand? Awesome.
Yes.
At this time, do we have any nominations for the position of chair?
I'll nominate Brian Rodriguez.
And I'll accept your nomination. Are there any more nominations?
I'll nominate Daylin.
Daylin, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you for the nomination, but I currently decline.
Okay, any more nominations at this time? Going once.
I nominate Flavia Nunez.
Flavia, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you for the nomination, but I'll have to decline.
Okay, any more nominations?
Can I nominate Emily?
Emily, do you accept the nomination?
Fine. Thank you.
Okay, any more nominations at this time? Okay, so there seems to be no
Yes,
more.
I nominate Nancy Matos.
Nancy, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you, but no.
Okay, any more
I'm
nominations
sorry.
at this time? Okay, it looks like there are no more nominations. Nominations are now closed. At this time, I don't think we have to do a vote if it is unanimous, correct, Christina?
We need a second for that nomination.
Do we have a second for?
I second Daylin Garcia.
Okay. Any
It was
discussion?
seconded by Dave.
Yeah, any discussion?
No.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those that oppose? Seeing none, motion passes. At this time, I don't think we have to do a vote. The vote passes unanimously as there's no one running against me for this position. Correct, Christina?
Yes, if we can just do like they do for the council meetings and just go through the roll call so that everybody
Okay.
can just state their name that they voted, please.
Perfect. Brian Rodriguez votes for Brian Rodriguez. Dalen Garcia,
Aye, except for Brian Rodriguez.
Emily Garcia,
Brian Rodriguez.
Nancy Matos,
Brian Rodriguez.
Flavia Nunez,
Brian Rodriguez.
Aleka Quintero,
No.
okay. Jose Quintero,
No.
Juan Rodriguez,
Yes.
Eddie Sereno,
Brian Rodriguez.
Eric Valerdi.
Brian Rodriguez.
Perfect. That is it. So I am currently the new chair for the Youth Activities Task Force for the rest of this calendar year. At this time, because I was elected as the new chair for the committee, we do have to elect a new vice chair. At this time, are there any nominations for the vice chair position?
I nominate Eddie Ceteno.
Eddie, do you accept the nomination?
I really do appreciate it, but I'm gonna have to decline that.
I'm going to nominate Nancy Matos. Nancy, do you accept?
Fine. Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second for this nomination?
I second Dalen Garcia.
Okay. Do we have any more nominations? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. We forgot to vote. Discussion on her nomination. Does anyone have to discuss anything about her nomination today? Seeing
No.
none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those that oppose? Seeing none, motion passes.
Aye.
Okay, at this time, there are no more nominations, so we are going to do another roll call to vote for Nancy as vice chair. Brian Rodriguez, Nancy Matos, Dalen Garcia,
Nancy Matos.
Emily Garcia,
Nancy Matos.
Nancy Matos,
Nancy Matos.
Flavia Nunez,
Nancy Matos.
Aleka Quintero,
Nancy Matos.
Jose Quintero,
Nancy Matos.
Juan Rodriguez,
Nancy Matos.
Eddie Sereno,
Nancy Matos.
Eric Valerdi.
Nancy Matos.
Perfect. Congratulations, Nancy. You are now the vice chair for the Youth Activities Task Force. At this time, we will not be re-electing a new secretary for the committee as there is no open space for the secretary position. It's already taken up by Michael Torino. Okay. Next, we are going to announcements. Does anyone have any announcements? Anyone at all, committee? Okay, so I guess I'll bring up some announcements. One thing would be for the movies in the parking lot. Sorry, I was about to say movies in the park. Movies in the parking lot that we have on August 28th, next Friday, I believe. Not this Friday, next Friday. It's going to be Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse starting at 7:30 p.m. at Ana G. Menendez, right? Mendez. I don't know how to say. I always get the university wrong. Christina, if you could correct me on that.
Yeah, it's going to be the same location
Perfect.
as last time.
So we hope to see everyone out there. If you guys have not yet replied to the email that Christina and Manny sent out to let them know if you are going to that movie to help out the committee, please do that as soon as possible.
And remember that we're, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Brian, but remember
you're
we're
good.
going to be popping again beforehand. So we'll have to have some people to come for the popping earlier to help us out with that. And then also with any setup before the actual movie.
At
Awesome.
what time do we have to be there, like for the setups?
Well, I believe last time we started popping around like 4:30 to get everything set up. And I mean, if you're coming just for the movie, I mean, you can come maybe like around 6:30 to help around with anything, you know, setting up the table. I mean, it's only one really table, and just help with parking and stuff like that. So.
Thank you.
All right. And where did you need people to go to set up? You need them to the popping, sorry, to do the popping and popcorn?
The popping is going to be at Mary Collins. So we'll do it there, and then we'll take it over to the actual parking lot, which is literally on the other side of the street, basically, a minute away or two.
Okay. I believe that it is it for the movie itself. Also, as your new vice chair tomorrow, there is a council meeting. I will be presenting on behalf of the committee to request, I believe it was money to be moved from one event to another. Correct, Christina? From the last meeting?
It's to move the funds from our revenue account into the expenditure account.
Yes.
Manny will send you what that's going to look like. And it's not going to be during public comments. We actually were added to the agenda, so we'll be under committee reports.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. Oh, and one more thing before we go anywhere, my little spiel of the US Census is still going on. So if I have to, if you guys have not filled out your census, please do that as soon as possible. It brings money to our community and helps with schools, neighborhoods, and our roads. And every person counts, and every person is more money. So please remember to do that if you have not done so. At this time,
Brian,
we have, yes.
Remember, you're the chair. You just said vice chair when you're newly appointed vice chair.
No, he's just letting Nancy know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
I do want to say congrats to Brian and Nancy. You guys are great. Thank you for stepping up to the plate to fill these positions and keep this committee moving and volunteering and serving the community. So thank you both for that. And thank you everybody who made the time to come to this meeting today. I know it's difficult with the times. It's like whenever there's a scheduled meeting, we got to kind of like jump on and take advantage of it. So thank you all for making the time to be here today. We appreciate it.
And thank you everyone for your support on voting for me as your new chair for the committee. And I will not let you guys down. We're going to continue our legacy as a great committee. And I see a bright future ahead of us, as well as I could imagine Nancy does as well. And
I'm only a little terrified, but okay. Yeah.
There's nothing to be terrified. I've been vice chair now or I was vice chair for over 6 years in the committee. So you'll be fine. It's a fun ride.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did have one little minor announcement. I just remembered. Well,
yes.
Tomorrow is an election day. So please,
Yes.
if you haven't voted early, vote. That's it. Exercise your right to vote.
Perfect.
Because I think they're voting for the mayor of Dade County. So it's, you know, a lot of local stuff is just as important as the national one. So, okay.
That is very true. At this time, are there any more announcements?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats to the both of you.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you, everyone. They cut off halfway, so I didn't hear anything. But at this time, if there are no more announcements, do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Nancy. I will
I'll second that.
Okay, everyone seconds it. This meeting is adjourned at 5:53 p.m.
Record timing. Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Have a great day or evening.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great one.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Have a good week.
Bye.
Have a good week.
Bye.
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 Good afternoon. I have a phone number ending in 8737. Could you please identify yourself? Good afternoon. I have a phone number 8737 ending in 8737. Could you identify yourself? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I have a participant identified as Gab Verd, Gabvererd. Could you unmute yourself? Hey, Willie, sorry I couldn't call you. I've been in meetings all day. So sorry, Willie.
No problem, hey man. We'll connect in the morning. It's about the forms that we got to fill out, complete for the transfers. Thank you, Herman.
Okay.
Pedro, good afternoon. Good evening.
Hi, Miss Jackie. This is Herman. Can you hear me?
Hello, Pedro. Can you hear me?
Hi, Miss Dorothy. This is Herman. How are you?
How are you?
Good, good, good. I think Pedro, he has problem with his audio because he's been trying to connect in audio for quite some time. I think William might need to call him and tell him to re-log in because it's not connecting his audio.
All right.
Hey, Herman, I'll call him now. You calling him now?
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Dolly.
Hello.
Hi, Miss Jackie. Herman here. Can you hear me? Miss Jackie, can you hear me?
She's on a flip phone.
Yeah, we
Hello, Dottie.
Hi, Jackie. How are you?
I'm not, Herman, I'm not having any audio.
well, we can hear you.
We can hear you, Jackie. Come on, Pedro, answer your phone.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
All right.
786.
All right, let me get, I think I know where he's at.
Dottie, I can see you, but I have no audio.
Well, we can hear you. There's probably, I don't know how you do it on the phone, so. Don't know how to help you there, but as long as you can hear.
Hey, Dottie.
Hey, listen, Pedro I think he doesn't know how to put it on audio. We can't get him to,
Okay.
we can't hear him.
Let me go over there.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Herman,
Yes, ma'am.
she's on a phone. It's not an iPhone. How does she, how do you get the voice on that? Do you know?
Yes, we practiced last week a couple of times.
Herman, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. We can listen to you.
She can't hear us. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's strange.
Hi, are you there?
Because
I
yes,
can
I'm
hear you
here.
now.
Okay, that's Pedro. I'm gonna go to mine.
Oh, it's better.
Can you see him?
Yes, I see you more than him.
Thank you, Dora.
No problem.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Pedro.
Thank you, sir.
Barely. Now that's better.
Okay.
There's Ryan and Ada and Stephanie's on.
That's good.
And Rosario, Alexander. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come on, guys. I need more people.
Dottie.
Yes. Yes, Jackie. Yes, Jackie. She's having a problem with her phone.
Yeah, I don't understand. We practiced several times.
I just wish she could hear us.
Yes,
Can
that's
you
why
hear
it's
me?
strange that
I can
that
hear
we
you.
can hear her.
Can hear.
Hi, guys. I'm gonna mute you guys and I'm gonna do something real quick and I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need another. I don't know who the person with the phone is.
Yeah, Miss Dorothy, that phone number I've been trying to unmute and identify, but no, let me try again. Phone number ending in 8737. Could you mute yourself? Yeah, I've been trying, but no luck.
I don't know who that is.
Also have someone at Ida, but no video and no audio. It's just the name.
Hello?
I'm not so sure.
That's Ada McCarthy.
Yeah. Phone number ending in 5270. Who's this?
Oh, this is Alex Ariano.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, Dottie, how you doing?
I'm glad you made it.
So am I.
Hi, Alex. How's the boss?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Fine, thank you, my friend.
I can't see anybody, but like
Everybody's blacked out.
Oh, okay.
We have a
Okay,
blackout.
there you are.
Ms. Corvo, you're muted.
Now now you guys can see me.
Lourdes, is Omaida there?
No,
I wonder what happened.
I didn't know she was coming.
She told me she was. Okay.
I thought it was only Pedro. He's in my conference room.
Okay. So we
If
got
you
one-
call her,
I'm trying to.
maybe she's not, I mean, the building closes at 6, right, Perla? Building closes.
It's raining hard here, super
It
hard.
is. It's pouring here, thundering and
Yeah.
lightning. Oh,
We got 2 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. We have at least 12.
Hello.
What's your phone number?
Hi,
Jackie?
Miss Jackie, can you hear us?
We can hear her, but I don't know what she's doing.
Hello.
Yeah.
You're not going to be on the meeting tonight?
No, my phone, I tried and it doesn't work. And I'm still tired. I went to the headquarters today.
Oh. Okay, that's all I need to know because we're getting ready to have a meeting now.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye. No, Omaida's not going to be on.
How many we have now, Dottie?
Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and I got 2 of them. I don't know who they are. It's 12 if they're. I don't know who is Gaverd.
Hello?
Are you the lady we've never met?
No, I was at the last personal meeting. My name is Gabriela Verdallo Panera.
That's it. All right.
I tried to change my name, but I couldn't do it in time. So I figured it was more important for me to be in the
That's
meeting.
quite all right, dear. That's quite all right. We were glad to have you on the meeting.
Thank you.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I'm sorry,
10,
you said your name is Gabriela?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's 7 o'clock.
Yes, I don't know.
Almost everybody said they were going to be here. I don't. There's Alex. I think we've got 12. And there's one more that I don't
We
know
have
who.
14, maybe 15 people.
Okay.
That's enough.
Oh, enough is enough, huh? Okay. I'm Dottie Wicks, and I am the chair of the Elderly Affairs Committee. This is our meeting of August the 17th. I'm calling the meeting to order at 7 p.m. Now, I don't know how we're going to do roll call. Can Ryan, maybe you call their names out and they can say I'm here?
Sounds good.
Okay. Dottie Wicks.
Alex Ariano.
Pedro Fiallo.
Xiomara Castillo.
Lourdes Corvo.
Rosario
Alexandra
Navarro.
Alonso.
Rosario Navarro.
Stephanie Cruz.
How many do you?
Panera.
Diego Sanchez.
Diego's there.
Alexandra Alonso.
Okay, is that all? All right, and Jackie LeBeta is on the phone too.
And Ida?
Ada's on the phone too. I see their names on it, they're signed on.
They might need to unmute themselves.
To do that, I guess I have to call each one of them.
Well, Ada's not muted. It's the 305-343-8737 that is muted.
I think that that's one of the phone numbers they can call in on. No, that's not. It must be her cell phone.
Whose cell phone?
Ada's. Let me see if I can reach her.
Been forwarded to an.
She's not answering. So we're gonna go ahead and go. Were you all able to read the minutes and somebody can't?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
And Pedro seconded.
And Alex firsted.
Alex firsted it. I'd like to introduce the two people we have. You all know Willie. He's on the phone with us. And we have a new liaison. Her name is Elizabeth Goldstein. Is that how you say it?
You're right, Eli. Hi, everyone.
Okay, great. She's new to us. What's her name? What's the lady? Maria, what was her? Ruiz. She got accepted to school, so she went back to school. So now we have Elizabeth, and she's a big help, let me tell you.
She's a smart girl now. She went to school.
Yeah.
She's continuing her education. Public comments. Are there any public comments from anybody?
Well, I just want to mention that the job you're doing with the food, everybody loves it. All the elderly people of Miami Lakes.
Thank you, Pedro. I have comments from the chair. There are two things I would like to bring up, which we voted on. We did in the first meeting. We transferred money from 2 accounts to our meet and greet. And there were 2 other accounts I was not aware of that we needed to do that. So I want to move $15,500.20 into the meet and greet. This is money from 2 other accounts that we have. One, what's the name of the other, the big account we have to move?
Good evening, everybody. It's great to see you guys. Good to see that everybody's healthy, and you gotta keep praying. Elizabeth broke it down to several accounts. Elizabeth, you want to chime in which accounts?
Yes.
And I too want to say the job that we're doing with you guys are doing with the senior traveling bingo. It's amazing. We're hearing some great stories. We're helping the small businesses in our town, and we're hoping the seniors put a smile on their face. So thank you, Dottie. Thank you, everybody.
Each of you should be very, very proud of yourselves.
Yep.
All right, if we can give me just the name of the accounts that they want to know what we're moving the money from to. The first account, what is that called?
Which
The one with the 14,000 in it.
It's contributions and donations.
Right, contributions and donations is the majority of it, and we're moving that into the meet and greet. And I would like to have a vote on that.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Good, ayes pass. Okay, our old business, meal deliveries. They've been going really well. We have done 5 so far. We've did Casavellano, Giordano's, Tempered Chef, Beverly Hills, and this week we're going to do Jersey Mike's. And the seniors love it. They get a bingo card with their package, and if we have a free gift for them, that goes in it too. And I've been told that they just can't wait to see if they won, if they got the bingo. It's like playing bingo. They're really excited about it. The restaurants are really happy with us helping them. And it's a win situation all around.
Yes, you're right.
I think it's a
great idea that Dottie had.
Well, thank you. But the seniors really are enjoying it. I mean, it's just a different way of playing bingo, an odd way. So the other thing we had was the gift cards. And we had voted on having the gift cards with Publix and Winn-Dixie. And there was an idea brought up that if the restaurant that we're using has gift cards, why not use their gift cards? That's like a promotion for them too.
Right.
And if they don't have gift cards, then we can use either Publix or Winn. We haven't been using Winn-Dixie because they don't have a $25 gift card. So everything has been going to Publix, and that's quite not fair. So we thought, well, let's see if the restaurants have them. And Jersey Mike's does have them. So besides getting the lunch, they would get the $250 for the 10 gift cards. So what do y'all think about that idea?
Sounds good to me. I like it there.
No other comments?
I think it's terrific.
Would somebody like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second again, by Pedro.
I think we have to make a motion.
We have to say.
Specifically says that we move the money from the contribution and donation to the meet and greet for $15,500.20. That's my first motion. If somebody wants to second that one.
I second it.
All right, and the next motion is a
Wait,
gift
we
card.
need to take a vote on it, Dottie. I think, don't we?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, the ayes win. Any discussion? Great.
No.
The gift cards.
I think I'll make a second motion now, and my motion will be to have gift cards from restaurants in addition to Publix as the gift that we were giving in the bingo, to help the restaurants not only with the food, but also with meals that people can buy in the future.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Okay, once
Ryan, we can't hear you. Hold
We
on,
can't-
Ryan, we can't hear you.
I didn't see him waving.
He's waving like crazy.
I couldn't see it.
He can't hear.
Hello.
He can't hear who seconded the motion is what I'm gathering he's saying.
Pedro, I guess. Okay.
Ryan, we can't hear you for whatever reason.
He's got laryngitis.
Oh. Sure.
Also, with moving this money over to the meet and greet, we have 7 weeks to go. And that's going to be a lot of money to spend. So, what's her name now? Elizabeth and I were talking, and Willie, we're talking about why not do it twice a week? Maybe have a lunch on Wednesday and sandwiches on Friday, or just this way, because we'll have, I don't know how much altogether, we'll have what, like $18,000 to spend? We'll have like $18 to spend in 7 weeks. So I don't know, some comments, some suggestions.
I think that's a great thing because people get stuff, it makes them happy and you spend your money.
It's true. That's true.
You got to spend it, right?
Yes, we have to, or we lose it. Alex?
Then do it. If you're
Alex,
going to lose it, do it.
That's right. Alex?
Me?
Yeah, I just thought you wanted to ask a question.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. So how is everybody in favor of that? If we do, we need to have a motion made.
Okay,
No, we're in favor.
We need a motion.
We need a motion.
Okay, I'll make that motion. I seem to be the motion person. I'll make a motion that we do the bingo twice a week as opposed to just one time a week for the next 7 weeks.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Can you guys hear me now?
I can hear you
Yes.
Whoever says second needs to say their name.
Alex Ariano.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot you couldn't hear, or you don't know our voices yet.
Not quite.
Okay, the next thing is new business, budget. Our budget is going to be the same it is next year because they're going to leave it the same because they don't know where we're going or what's going to happen. So right now it's going to stay the same as usual. And so is our calendar. They're not taking anything off or leaving. Elizabeth, you want to talk?
No.
No? Okay. They're leaving it as is for next year at this point, depending on how the world turns. We'll see what goes on, but we don't have to have any discussion on that tonight. Does anybody else have any questions? Anything they want to ask? Any questions at all?
No.
Ryan?
Yes.
Is there any?
No question.
Ryan, Elizabeth needs your minutes tomorrow if possible, because there is a council meeting tomorrow night, which I have to be on, and she has to be able to have that information to present to the council.
Okay. The only motion that I wasn't able to get all the words down, I know Lourdes, thank you for doing it, was the first one, the $15,500 from some account to another account, but I didn't get.
It's from the contribution and donation account to the meet and greet account.
Perfect, thank you.
And that's $15,500.20.
Right.
So, Scotty, from what I'm gathering, we're not having any events for the rest of the year in person, correct?
We have not been told that. Right now, the only thing we're doing now is the lunches, and we maybe continue those through the end of the year. I don't know.
Willie, do you have any information on that?
Nope. The town doesn't know. Willie, maybe you can say something to that.
No, Lourdes, unfortunately, we have to wait and see. First, the priority is keep everybody safe. You guys are doing something very unique, which I hope to start, promoting. I want to explore other ways we can get partners on board to keep this going when the new year starts. So I think it's needed. What we're doing now, I think it's great work. But right now we're just waiting. There's nothing else across the board. All the events. If it's not virtual, we're not doing it.
And unfortunately, I don't think we have enough seniors that we could train to do a virtual meeting or know how to do one. That's something that I think going forth, that one of our forums that we need to have a training to help seniors get it on their phone. So if in the future, we can at least some of them we can connect with for certain things,
I think it would also help. I do a lot of telehealth appointments.
What?
I do a lot of telehealth appointments with the seniors, and a lot of them need help. They don't know how to do it, and some of them are too afraid to leave their houses to go to the doctor, and some of them can't do telehealth because they don't know how.
Who's
talking?
I think
that my name is Gabriela Pinera.
Oh, okay, Gabrielle.
So
yes.
I think it's really important that we teach our seniors how to be able to do telehealth.
Well, we had a class on it last year, and those that had the right phones and those that were there, we did try to get that on their phone, but there weren't, not everybody, and not everybody can do it. I mean, a lot of them just have the flip top phones, and it's hard. You can't do that on them, I don't think.
No, you need like an iPhone or
something to that area.
Yeah, better phone than that, right?
So, and the ones that are at home by themselves that don't have anybody, especially the ones that we're trying to deliver the meals to, none of them that I know of have any type of phone like that. And they're the ones that really need it because they are really confined?
I have an idea.
Oh my gosh, go ahead.
What a concept, right? What if we start somehow something to see if people are willing to donate their old phones for seniors? So, for example, you know, there's a lot of people that have to have the latest iPhone or have to have the latest Android, you know, blah, blah, blah. And when they go over, maybe they're willing to donate their old phone to a senior.
Or tablet.
Well, there is a company that people do donate to now, but I can't remember exactly what it is because I donated mine to one of them, my old one. But it's a good idea.
Yeah,
How do
but
we-
this would be specifically for seniors in Miami Lakes,
Right.
like our own little Miami Lake.
Willie, Willie, is that something that we could put out on the internet or on in the Laker or something like that?
Well, if the committee votes to do a drive, yeah, definitely we can start working on something, putting something together.
Okay, that sounds.
Dottie, just if, like Willie said, if the committee makes a motion and approves, we would have to go through maybe some sort of sanitation.
I can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Can you talk a little louder?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so if the committee does approve and motion for it, I was thinking the phones do have to go through some sort of sanitation just because we don't know where the phones were.
That's true.
Especially now during these circumstances, just a heads up.
I don't think the sanitation would be difficult.
No, that's just with alcohol. You could just clean it or whatever. I think it's more about unlocking the phones and making sure that there's no memory or something personal in there.
Generally, if you just stick the SIM card, they have to have a SIM card that's compatible with their new phone. So if they're able to stick the new SIM card inside of the iPhone, or one of us can help them, then their phone will work. Like their old phone.
All right. Does somebody want to volunteer to take the lead on this?
It has to be somebody young that knows how to do it.
I don't know how to do a SIM card. I go to my son and go, here.
Because
Vote,
he's
if you
young.
vote on it and then nobody knows how to do it, then we're. I'm the last person.
Yeah.
Isn't there somebody in the town that we can get that could help us with that? That is like.
They have that store called the one on Main Street that fixes phones. Maybe we could ask them. Breakable, is that what it's called?
The U-Break I Fix.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I can stop by there tomorrow and ask them.
I was going to say, why don't we do some research on it, and at the next meeting, let's bring it up to vote on. I don't want to
I'll go
vote
tomorrow.
on something that we don't think is going to work.
I'll go tomorrow and ask them, and maybe they'll advertise and they'll like it. Maybe it's some kind of advertising for them.
I think the important thing is if it's a flip phone, will that SIM card be compatible with like a newer iPhone? Because if they have a flip phone, maybe that technology is not going to work with an iPhone or an Android.
That's a question that Rosario can ask.
I'll ask them all that tomorrow. I'll run by there tomorrow.
Okay.
Can't you sometimes use your iPhone without having a SIM card just by using the internet?
Only if you have internet in your house, I think.
Right.
Right, but maybe some of them don't have it.
Don't, right. That's
And then you would have to
find
know.
out.
You would have to know how to get on the Wi-Fi.
Oh, my
This
phone is
its own
dying.
thing.
Yeah, you would have to. Well, we can set that up the first time they get their phone. That I know how to do. But they have to have it, or I know that some of the elderly can get it for free. I think, no? Doesn't Miami-Dade County, if you have Medicaid or something, gives you like a really cheap Wi-Fi and like a cheap phone and stuff like that?
Well, we'll let you do the research on that and get back with us. And then
Thank you.
Well, I think it's a great idea.
I think the government phone is the Cricket Wireless. I think. But I'm not,
Let me,
honestly, I'm not sure.
I'll research it. I'll research all that. I'll go and ask around. Because I know some people have a free phone. And I think internet service, especially under the pandemic, I think it's really feasible for the elderly.
Well,
I'll ask.
That's a good idea.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Does anybody
You're
have
welcome.
any other questions or?
I have a
wanna-
question. Maybe you guys said it, but I didn't hear it. The purpose of the phone is for obviously reasons, you know, to communicate, but was it for anything specific? For them
Zoom.
to tell us something? specific?
So they can join meetings, so they can do interactive stuff with the elderly affairs.
And they could do telemedicine.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think we just have to do some research on it. Yes, Elizabeth, if you want a
I
question?
want to mention, I know I sent you guys an email maybe last week. Our Chief Innovation Officer, Herman Kier, is also doing, it's called Zoom with Herman. And he's teaching anyone who needs any help with Zoom or any help with technology, whether it's the phone or the computer, one-on-one sessions. And I know I sent you guys the flyer, so if anyone's interested, you guys can give him a call and schedule something with him, and he can work with you.
So does AARP does too, because even today, they had a Tai Chi class at AARP for free. If you have a phone, you can download the app from AARP and do the Tai Chi.
Well, let me tell you, if it weren't Herman, I wouldn't be here tonight. He's wonderful. He's great. He taught me everything, and Lourdes helped out. And let me tell you, it was great.
Yep.
So, any more
This
questions?
might be our new normal forever.
Oh, don't say that.
Well, it might be for a long time.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've done pretty good. We didn't even have a half an hour yet. Should we wait 6 minutes and said we were here a half an hour? Does anybody have any other questions? If not, I need a motion to close.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, second.
All right, thank you all for showing up tonight. I see all those smiling faces.
Yeah, right.
We'll see
Bye,
you then.
Dottie.
All right, bye-bye. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Dottie or William?
Bye.
Dottie,
Ryan, you had a
William, Elizabeth, yes. Well, there's two, roll call went a little quick as well. I don't know who that is.
It's Jackie LaBeda.
Okay, and the 305-343-8737 phone number that was on here?
We can figure out who that was.
Could that be Nancy?
No, I show her still on. The phone number's gone.
When when Ryan's done, if I could ask a question in general. Are you done, Ryan?
I am. Well, I think maybe just next time we hold a meeting, in order to do roll call, if I could call out the names first and check them off a list versus trying to write them down quickly as people call out their names. That was very difficult for me to try to keep up with.
Ryan, I think that's a great idea. So next meeting and the future upcoming meetings, just call off the names and check them off while you go.
Yeah.
Ryan, give me that number again, and I'll go through all the phone numbers on my list, and I'll see who it is.
It may have been Alex, because I think he got off pretty quick, but I thought he had.
No, Alex was coming up as Alex.
Yeah, her name was on it, yeah.
All right, it was 305.
Okay.
343-8737.
8737. All right, I'll check it out and I'll get back with you.
All right, beautiful.
Call the number.
That's true. Otherwise, I should have the meeting minutes ready here in about 15, 20 minutes.
All right, I think Stephanie had something.
I wanted to ask you, right now, and I'm sure Lourdes is the same, quite busy as far as healthcare surrogates and wills, especially with the elderly. You know, they're quarantined, and I mean, just trying to see if there's anything that we can do to try to make them aware that, you know, powers of attorneys exist, healthcare powers of attorneys exist. I don't know, just it's really invaluable when they have it. You know, I don't know if Lourdes wants to interject.
I mean, That's
Like
why
how
we
we
have
can
to-
make them aware that these things even exist. Like they don't have to go to their bank. They can give their son or somebody a power of attorney, or if they're quarantined in a hospital, and you know what the benefits of having a health power of attorney.
Willie, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be possible for these two ladies to put their cards or a power of attorney in our lunch bags? Is that?
The powers of attorney, we can't put in the lunch bags.
You can't?
No.
Okay.
Because I won't, because God forbid they sign it and they didn't understand it. I mean, I explained
Oh,
it.
no,
It's a
not just
powerful
stick it
tool.
in there.
Like,
No.
you can't. I mean, if somebody wants to call, you know, they're more than happy to call either of us. And we'll be more than, I know I would be more than happy to speak to them about it.
You both can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the idea would be to have a general information packet on power of attorneys and that sort of thing, and that there are local representation that they can contact, but not an actual power of attorney.
Right. No, not actually giving them, you know, a
Right.
power of attorney for them to fill out, but just they don't even know it exists sometimes, or like how helpful
Right.
it is.
I know that I've lectured numerous times in Spanish and in English, so I have, it's not a PowerPoint because I have found that PowerPoints aren't informational enough, but it's a handout which I did at the last legal
forum that we had.
Yeah, symposium that we had. And it tells them what a durable power, and what we can say is, you know, if Stephanie and I can come up with one, if it's approved by, if everybody agrees, we can come up with one, and it just gets put in and says, you know, here is, and we can give all the names of literally all the lawyers that are in. I don't think that we should just say it's us two. Well, I think we can give, which I would love, but I don't think it's appropriate. We can give the name of, you know, lawyers that we know do this type of law in Miami Lakes.
Right.
Like Phil Rarick does, Josh's father does.
Create a flyer or a brochure, or, you know, in English and in Spanish, if you guys prefer and the committee approves on this. And then we can drop it in the lunch bags, again, if the committee approves. I think that's a wonderful idea, just because it's a little tricky to do, you know, a webinar or a forum to talk about power of attorneys, but I think creating a brochure would be wonderful.
And we wouldn't be able to be on the list at all.
Yeah, you and I could be on the list along with all the other lawyers.
Right.
The problem is it just can't be you and me.
No,
No, but
That's a conflict of
I
interest.
understand.
Well,
I
I was trying to,
understand.
trying to bring you business, but
There's
why
no-
don't the two of you get together and draft something up?
By when would you need, I'll call you. By when would you need something?
Well, we can't. We have to have it for the next meeting.
For
So
the
that we
next
can
meeting. Yeah,
present
we'd
it
have to
to
vote
the-
on it then. Yeah.
And then
This
we
can go
have
on
to
the
vote on
agenda.
it.
Right.
You guys can have a draft for the next meeting, and then if the committee approves, you guys can finish it up and print it out.
Got it. But it is very helpful. But
No, I know it is. And a lot of them need it, probably, especially the ones that are alone.
I think we are, I just received a text that says we shouldn't be speaking anymore because I guess they're more than.
The meeting's adjourned.
Oh, that's right. We just went out
And
of
we
quorum.
forgot that the meeting
Well,
was.
we're not voting on anything.
No, but we shouldn't be discussing it.
All right, then good night.
I forgot that the meeting was adjourned and I apologize.
That's okay. It doesn't, I didn't get the message, so. All right, you're special. Good night, everybody. See you next
Good night.
meeting. Or talk to you next meeting. Good night. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, how are you?
Hi. You?
Good. How did it go today?
Good. Yeah, we did good. Let's see what happens on Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna go well. That's really exciting to be nominated for something like that.
I know, it was awesome to be a part of it. How are the girls?
They're good. They're doing well. They do a lot of swimming. So they really don't notice the effects of everything going on.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, unfortunately, our community pool is closed. And we use it so much during the summer, and we haven't been able to.
Yeah.
We were able to get away for a little while, for a week. We went to Siesta Key for like a week, because we usually do a lot of stuff in the summer with surfers for autism, and Ryan does a paddle boarding also for autism, and another camp with dolphins in the Keys, but all of it was canceled. So he's used to doing these activities in the summer, and nothing.
It's tough.
It is.
May I ask what you got nominated for, Juan Levy?
Huh? I don't know. Let me see if I can change that. My husband's.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Yessie. It's been a while.
Where did change picture? I don't know. I can't. I don't know how to do it.
It's fine. It was just a joke. It's fine. You didn't joke.
It's
like
participants.
I was just asking what you got nominated for, but then that led to me calling you Juan, and got sidetracked here.
No, it was the town. Was nominated as one of the top 18 cities, the All-America cities.
Oh, nice.
So we did our presentation today, and on Wednesday we find out like the top city. See if we won. So
fabulous, darling. I sat here.
Good evening, committee. This is Herman from Miami Lakes. Just a quick heads up. We are streaming live already on the website, YouTube, and Facebook. So whenever the committee has quorum, you guys are good to go.
We need one more. Oh no, we have 4. So we can start. Okay. All right, let's get started. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order the Special Needs Advisory Board meeting today, Monday, August 17 at 8:02 p.m. Jen, can you take roll, please?
Sure. Vivian?
Present.
Yesenia? Orellana?
Present.
Carlos Fernandez, not here. John Coelho, here. John, Roger,
He's
not
muted.
here. David.
Here.
John's here. He's muted.
John's here. He's muted. I didn't see
Yes.
John. John. Hi, John.
There we go. Yes,
Hi,
I'm here.
thank you. Welcome. David's here, and Angela Medina is here.
Yes.
So we're just missing Carlos, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. So first order of business is deferrals, additions, deletions. Does anybody have any additions or any changes they need to make to the agenda before we get started? Jen, I believe, did you have something?
Yes. My apologies. I didn't know where I should have added it, but I actually want to bring to the table possible ASL lessons for the community to learn, sign language, since we do have a deaf population and hard of hearing population here in the town of Miami Lakes.
Okay. So let's say that's a motion. So I will second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
All against? None? Okay, motion passes. So we'll add it under new business. It'll be item E.
Okay.
What did you call it? ASL?
ASL. So there's a teacher who can be providing, obviously because of COVID, we can't really meet up in person, but she is able to do Zoom lessons through anybody in the town of Miami Lakes that would like to join and learn ASL.
Okay.
Eventually what I wanted to do was kind of do like a monthly deaf meetup at one of our local places here in Miami Lakes and do like a deaf meetup monthly.
Okay, that we can discuss that also under that topic when we get to it. Okay, perfect. Anybody else have anything that they would like to add to the agenda? Okay, so let's move on to public comments. Are there any public comments? Is there anyone? Okay.
Nobody from outside the committee joined the meeting, so no public comments.
Okay, thank you, Herman. All right, so moving on to our treasury update. Carlos is not here, so we'll skip that one. Approval of the minutes. We don't have any minutes to approve at this time, which leads me to our next item, which is the first item A under old business, which is that we need to elect a new secretary. Jen, our fellow member, has resigned the position, so we need somebody else to step up. Does anybody want to make a nomination or nominate themselves?
I nominate myself. If nobody else wants to do it, I'd love to do it.
Thank you, Angela.
I second it. Actually, is that how? I don't remember.
I was gonna do the same thing. I wasn't sure if we second that, third that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I third it though.
Okay. All right. Okay, so any other nominations? All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote for Angela to be our new secretary. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I don't see any against. So congratulations, Angela. You're our new secretary.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay.
Just wanted to point out really quick that David made it on. So hi, David.
Hi, David. All right, perfect. Okay. All right. Well, Angela, congratulations. I was secretary at one point, so maybe this means something in the future for you, because that's where I started.
In terms of like the logistics and everything, is that something we should talk about after the board meeting? Just in terms of like deadlines for turning in minutes, structure of minutes, and when the term starts?
Yes, we'll talk about that, later.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Great. All right. Excellent. And thank you, Jen, for serving, the time that you did. We appreciate it very much.
You're welcome. I would say anytime, but it's Angela's time.
Okay, perfect. So Angela, if you don't mind taking minutes from now on, it's basically just the motions really. The good thing is that since these meetings are being recorded, you can kind of watch it back and then take notes if you don't want to do it right now.
Okay.
You can just watch it back and take the notes. But I'll show you the structure that we have for the minutes you know, it's fairly simple. It's very simple. It's just mostly, you know, noting, you know, who made a motion, what the motion was, whether it passed or not.
And do those minutes get emailed to the board after I complete them?
Well, I'm not sure what everybody else is doing right now, because I know that, oh, Carlos is on, yay. Hi.
Welcome, Carlos.
So let me take you off absent list. I know there's certain sunshine restrictions about emailing stuff to everybody. So I'm not sure, Jesse, how we're gonna work that out.
Yeah, the minutes, excuse me. So, Angela, the minutes is kind of like between a me and you type of thing.
Got it.
Where when you complete them, you send them to me, and then that's what we use to kind of recreate the next agenda, depending on what has been covered and what still needs to be covered under old business and all of that. So, we'll set up a time, you and I, and we'll go over all that and examples on how to write the minutes and all that.
Okay, thank you.
Also, Jesse, you know, we haven't really approved any minutes like the past, I think 2 or 3, you know, since we've met in person, we haven't approved any minutes because, you know, I'm not sure, I don't want to break any sunshine rules with the emailing and all of that.
I'll find out
how everybody else is doing it, and so that we can go ahead and start approving minutes so they don't keep piling up. Because from the looks of it, I mean, I'm not sure when we're going to be meeting in person again.
Okay, I'll find out with you guys, with the town tomorrow, and let you know.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And Vivian, do I start taking minutes now, this meeting?
Yeah, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, oh, Carlos is leaving. I was gonna catch him up, but anyways, all right. Oh, Carlos, just to catch you up, we just elected Angela, our new secretary.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. That's pretty much all you missed. All right. So, okay, moving on. Our Painting with a Twist event that we unfortunately had to cancel, totally out of our control. Didn't have anything to do with us. Excuse me. They're ready to reschedule, but we haven't heard back from the town yet on a date of when that's going to happen. I know the town's been very busy with the All America City presentation, so that's probably why, you know, they haven't gotten back to us, but, you know, they're ready to go. So I'm hoping, you know, any weekend now they're gonna tell us that it's back on, and we'll do the whole drive-through thing just like we had planned. Everybody's good with that?
Okay. Should we maybe choose a date as like tentative in case they give us the go ahead? I mean, if it's gonna be done before the next meeting, just so we don't, I don't know.
I mean, we already voted on that, so whatever date they choose, we don't have to vote on it again.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so that's that.
And our subcommittee stays the same, right? We're still involved in putting this together once they give us the date back.
Yes. Yes.
It's pretty much set in stone already. It's just really.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Yeah, there's nothing left to do, really. It's just setting the date and then just showing up like we were going to last time. Okay.
Very good. Very good.
Perfect. So next item is the parent support group training workshops via Zoom. Did you all get a chance to see the last one we had with Christy Carbonell about stress management?
Yes, I was a part of it.
Yeah, I saw you signed on. and Jesse signed on. I'm not sure if anybody else signed on, but you are able to, you're still able to watch it because it was live streamed. It's gotten over 2,000 hits or 2,000 views on the Facebook page. So that's awesome. The town's very proud of that. That was one of the items that we showcased on the presentation today. So I want to let you guys know, like, we should be really proud of ourselves because we were a big part of the presentation today. It really, I don't know if you guys have been able to watch it. It's I think the mayor and Brandon, they posted it on Facebook. You have to like fast forward through the first 2 cities, and then you get to ours, and you will see that they talk about the Special Needs Advisory Board a lot. So, you know, the town really showcased what we do, and we should all be very proud of that. So.
And just side note, that is true, Vivian. And also, we've had the former, I want to say, chair of the Veterans Affairs reach out to also work with the Special Needs Advisory Board. And they talked about the adaptive bicycles as well. So there's a lot of things that are cooking and marinating that once all of this with the COVID is you know, is on the other side, we can definitely pick up and start working with other committees and develop those partnerships, which was a really big deal on today's presentation. You know, how all the committees are working interrelated with one another, promoting that diversity within the town. So we're on the right track.
Yes, yes. All right. So so if you guys didn't get a chance to watch the workshop on the stress management, I recommend that you look at it and repost it. You know, I mean, it's great for anybody. We're all dealing with a lot of stress right now, with everything going on. And I found it very helpful. You know, she had a lot of great tips, and she was really good. She has other seminars, and I would love to have another one. You know, maybe, you know, we can continue this once a month. So I wanted to discuss that, open that up for discussion. Maybe asking Christy Carbonell to do another one of her topics for next month.
Would that be in place of the monthly support group or in addition to?
That would be the monthly support group.
That would be it.
Yes. Let me get some water. I'm like losing my voice because I was practicing so much for that presentation that my voice is like.
I think it sounds like a great idea to me. I would, though, be cautious of wanting to do too much of it. You know, if it's this month, next month, and then we try to do another month, that's a little too much of the same person. Just in the idea of being able to keep it a little bit more open, I think maybe we would consider having her come in maybe every other month, and we have somebody different come in and just kind of fill those gaps, because there's other topics I'm sure that we haven't reached that are important, and maybe another speaker might be as good or better on that one, and we want them to come in, but we still have her with all of her great talents to go on the other spot on the other side. I think that would be great.
I agree with that. I was actually thinking of contacting Card, and I know they have like a ton of seminars and a ton of workshops on all kinds of topics, you know, IEPs, you know, school starting, you know, and we probably wouldn't even have to pay for it. So I was thinking of reaching out to them and see if they wanted to partner up with us and provide a seminar for Miami Lakes. I would like to make that a motion if okay to go ahead and contact UMCARD and have them provide us one of their seminars.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any against?
I think that sounds great. And there's also, I know parent to parent, they have a lot also. And they have a lot of different topics, very interesting. And I don't know how they're working with the virtual. I mean, if you like, I can try and reach out to them also. I have a contact person there. Maybe I can talk to them and see. So we can have, you know, more options also. Because they even, like with school, they have a lot.
Yesenia, I would love if you would do that. If you could contact them and find out, you know, do they do Zoom seminars? Would they be willing to partner with us and you know, to provide it, you know, to the town through our, you know, live stream, you know, it would be live streamed like last time. That would be great. And if anybody else, any of you other members have any connections or know any, you know, organizations that might have these type of workshops or seminars, please contact them and you know, and bring the information so that we can, you know, try to have these like once a month. I mean, we had a great response to this last one, over 2,000 views. I mean, that's amazing. That's more than, you know, some of the other committees when they do, you know, when they do stuff, they'll get 300, 400, and we got 2,000. So the town was very impressed with that. So I think we should continue, you know, try to have it once a month or once every couple of months, or at least plan for one, you know, every time we meet, so that we have something, always something coming up next.
I am for 100% the once a month, because right now we're in this, you know, instability period where it's going to be where we're online for the foreseeable future. You know, I know other states have already gone back to normal, but we haven't, or this part of our state has not. So having those Zoom meetings, I think are going to be encouraging to everyone in the community. And I really, really like your idea of doing the IEP one, specifically because we're about to get started here with school, and all the schools, even, you know, our charter school is online. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of parents that had a hard time with it. We had a hard time with doing the IEP last at the end of the year, because ours was at the end of the year, right before school ended, and it's difficult because you're on the computer.
Oh, you froze. Okay.
I think a seminar on that's at home, so that's good.
Okay, yeah, I agree. And the good thing about these is that since they're live streamed, and you can play them later. So if you're not, you know, if you can't make it at the time where it's actually live, where you're signing on to the Zoom meeting or watching it live on Facebook, you can watch it later or another day, or, you know, whenever you have the time. So I think that's a great feature that we didn't have before, you know, that if the parents couldn't make it to the parent support group at that particular date and time, they missed out. This way you don't have an excuse to miss out. You can watch it whenever you want. Okay.
Vivian, do you know if we have a sign up, or if there was a sign up for that last meeting that took place?
Say that again.
If there was a sign up for that last meeting that took place where we had over 2,000 likes, was there a sign up for that? That people that wanted to join could sign up, or no?
You would have to ask Claricel or Brandon. They're the ones who you know.
Alright, I'll find out because if
I
there
don't
wasn't
think there was. You just have to sign on through Zoom.
okay.
I don't think there
'Cause
were.
I'm just if there was a sign up, it would be awesome to reach out, yeah, and let them know what we're doing. Because that's something that we were encouraged to start doing so that we can have a better turnout, if you will, for different activities.
Right.
I know this is a little bit off the topic on it, but maybe it's kind of considered the same thing. But if we do these Zoom meetings, which is specifically for the town, my suggestion to the town, if they look back at this and hear it, is we should do the Zoom meeting where the residents can get into the Zoom and ask questions, but it also should be live streamed on their Facebook page as they're doing it. Because I think that I know that the people that we are only gearing towards our community, but the outreach that would give us would look tremendous for the city, because people would from all over the place would be seeing, wow, look at what they're doing. They can still watch it. They can't participate like our residents can, because our residents actually are, in the Zoom meeting, but they can watch it. And you can do it with certain media programs. I know, like Venmo allows you to do both at the same time.
It is. They can watch it live on. They can watch it live on Facebook Live. Anybody can watch it, and anybody could have watched it live on Facebook and actually commented and questions and everything. That's how it was. I'm pretty sure those 2,000 people are not all Miami Lakes residents. They're from all over South Florida, and maybe, who knows where else.
Gotcha. I was wondering about that because I haven't gotten a chance to watch it. The day that it aired, I was driving, so I wasn't able to watch it. But I didn't know if it was a Zoom meeting or if we wound up doing a Facebook Live event, because the Facebook Live event was both. Okay, that's perfect. That's great. That's excellent. That's what we should be doing.
Yep, that's exactly how it was. Okay.
This meeting right now should be also public. It's a public meeting, so I think it should be.
It is being live streamed.
It's being live streamed?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm trying to find it. Okay.
It should be on the.
Let me make sure I look good to the citizens. Hello, everybody.
It should be where?
It should be on the Facebook page of the town.
Okay.
Okay, so we're done with old business. Let's move on to new business. Marketing materials. Okay. What I mean by marketing materials is, for example, the mayor had the backpack giveaway over the weekend, and they had reached out to us because they wanted to put some information in the backpacks about the Special Needs Advisory Board. So, we made these little flyers with our website and Jesse's contact number to put in the backpacks. Now, I would have loved to put something in the backpack as far as like some type of, anything like a pencil with Special Needs Advisory Board on it, or, whatever, a notebook or something with our name that I think we should always have ready for all these events that are always going on in the town, that, so we have something to give out to the community. So I wanted, suggestions. I also wanted to, as part of those marketing materials, a lot of the events in Miami Lakes, if not most, are outside at the parks. So I thought we could get like hats or caps that say Special Needs Advisory Board, because the sun is always, I always have to wear a cap whenever I go volunteer, or, I see a lot of people wearing caps, Miami Lakes caps, or, Heat, Miami Heat caps, or or FIU or whatever. And I thought, oh, we should make caps, and, we can give some to the council. And I mean, we have the money to spend. So I think that would be something cute that we could all wear, at our events. And I don't know, I would like to have some discussion on this because I want to hopefully decide on something that we could start ordering. That way, you know, whenever the town reaches out to us that they want us to participate in an event, we already have, you know, everything there. We don't have to be running around having to, you know, create a meeting to vote on something. And, you know, it's never, things don't happen like that in the town. Everything's kind of like, oh, this came up, you know, we need this. And you have 3 days. So we need to be ready for those situations. I know in the beginning we made like tote bags, like those like shopping, like recycling bags. You know, maybe we could make more of those. That's always a nice giveaway. So I don't know. Discussion, please. Suggestions.
Not to backpedal, but I think the last time we met face to face, we were trying to decide on like a logo. Did we ever agree on anything like that?
Okay, let me say something about that. Claricel has been using a logo that I'm not sure where she got it or if I'm not sure, but it's on our website. It's the one that's on the sign that they give us for the Veterans Day Parade to put on the car. It's like a tree, but instead of leaves, it has hands, all different colors as leaves. If you go on the town's website and on our page, you'll see it. I like that logo. I think, you know, I think we should just use that logo.
Okay. But yeah, I think that's a great idea. I was even thinking with the painting with the twist that we should have things to stick in those little bags that we're giving out to people. I think it's a great idea to just always have on hand, like maybe even because we were talking about for the Easter egg drop having noise blocking headphones, and how cool it'd be to just stick our logo on those headphones. So maybe in addition to having hats and totes and whatever, we also have stickers to easily, you know, brand stuff if needed.
Oh, look, yes. That's the logo.
Yeah, where did that come from? That looks pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. Claricel got it. I don't know from where, but I'm fine with that. Maybe we can go ahead and vote to have that be our logo, just to be safe, because I don't think we've ever voted on that. So I move to use the logo of the tree with the hands that's on the website of the town.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Okay, motion passes. So we have a logo. So let's put that logo on stuff.
Vivian, if I can, I know, well, question, maybe going back to Carlos, I know one of the very first things in the beginning, we were going to ask him about the budget. Has marketing, I know marketing has already been budgeted in there. How much do we have towards the budget for marketing? And then perhaps creating a list of what you mentioned could be good things or would be good things for marketing material. And then I can find out with Claricel if the marketing company where we get the polos can assist with any of those things, or I can.
Right, because they already have, you know, the town's logo. They already, you know, they're already used to working with the town. So I'd rather use that company.
Right.
There's already a relationship there.
So if we get a number, a dollar number, then, you know, we'll talk about it, let me know, and then I'll go to the town and find out.
I'm not sure if we have a bucket, like we called it, for marketing, but what are the buckets again? I know it fits in.
Yeah, I think it would probably fit community awareness.
Yes, that's it.
That's the only logical one, I think. The other one is and programs, integrated services, training, and then the one we've used the most is social and recreational programs. So I think
it's community awareness.
Appropriate.
So how much money do we have in there?
There's 15,000. There's in there. We haven't, and this is something I wanted to address at some point before we end the call. Is I just want to make sure that this is up to date. Because the only two things I have in here are painting with a twist. So we can address it later, but the full budget for community awareness is open at 15,000.
Okay, I think Carlos, you need to get in touch through Jesse. You need to get in touch with the finance person from the town, and have a meeting or a phone call or something to make your numbers match her numbers.
Yeah, it'd be good to reconcile them. So
yeah,
Jess, I don't know if you could.
So we know a starting point.
Yeah, if you can coordinate that, that'd be great. Yes.
Will do.
Jesse, can you please, find who the right person is that he can talk to get those numbers to match, so we know exactly. I mean, I know we have a lot of money left over, so, but we really need to know exactly.
Yeah.
And we started working on doing that with Yesenia, the other Yesenia with a J. So we did start doing that. So we'll, circle back around that and see. And I know also that at that time, the town was working on getting us our own bracket, if you will, of making sure that the funds is under the Special Needs Advisory Board versus another committee.
The Affairs Committee, yeah.
Our
own line item. And if I'm not mistaken, it's with Melissa, who
exactly
from finance.
Okay. So let's make that happen before the next meeting. That way, Carlos, you can have your treasury update for next meeting.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to go back to this again, but when is the next backpack giveaway?
I don't think there's gonna be another one. I think that was it.
That was it?
Yeah, but there's all kinds of events and giveaways and stuff all the time. So, we want to be ready for that. And also when we, go and volunteer at different events, we can all wear, our shirts and our caps, if it's outside. So I think that would be nice. And we can, give some to the council members and to the mayor, and, they can wear it when they come to all our events.
Do we need to come up with a list right now? Like, should we list out the things we think we need to have for that marketing materials to be purchased so that by next meeting they're ready to go, or we can have an answer on the building of them?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to vote on like the items so that we can get like samples or pictures, for next meeting, so we can vote on like which ones we like, which ones we don't like.
So from now to the next meeting, let's work on.
I'm looking at something.
So if
unless somebody, what about this? What if each one of us picks like an item, and then they can bring like 3 samples to the next meeting? Like, let's say if I pick the hat, I have to bring 3 different hat designs. And let's say, somebody else picks the shopping bag, or somebody, I mean, whatever you guys think. Do you guys like that idea, or?
I mean, how many items are we talking about?
I'm wondering if maybe.
I mean, we're talking about shirts, stickers, and hats, right? And maybe bags, the 4th.
Oh. Yeah.
I was thinking more or less that we would just come we put together a list of what we think we need, and then they can show us what they can create for them. I mean, it's going to be pretty simple. It's going to have to be with the logo, and then whatever else we have to put on it, and then whatever colors we choose. But we should probably have T-shirts, the giveaway. We should probably have polos made for us to do events with. We should have the hats. I agree with you because there's a lot of sun in Florida. Stickers are definitely important because we can give them out, and there's also two different kinds of stickers. There's the outward facing stickers that you can use on a notebook or something, and then there's window clings like the town has that maybe you want for your car. So we have to discuss that one as well. And then other items. I think a pamphlet would be good, a small 3x5 card that kind of talks about the special needs advisory boards and gives a few pieces of direct contact information at the town of how to get a hold of someone if you have questions. I think that would be good to put in those little bags whenever they do a giveaway, and then the bags.
I really like the idea of like the 3x5, because then we can also put our website on there, so people know not just to go on the town, but how to actually find our specific. Because
we have the directory that we created on there.
Exactly.
Directory.
Yeah. So people can access that easier, like for them to see that also. On the flyer, all that information. Something kind of cool too, I don't know how much it would cost, but like the little LED lights, like that's something cool that people sometimes put on their keys. I just don't know how much it would cost, but I don't know what you guys think. Just an idea.
That's cool. Actually, Jessie, can you find out what the name of the company that they use for marketing materials, and we can go, I'm sure they have a website, so maybe we can go on their website and pick some items and to show at the next meeting so we can vote.
Yes. Yeah, I'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be a good idea, because another good one would be a stress ball. If we could get a stress ball with our logo on it, think how many family members would love that right now.
One for the whole family. For sure.
We also do like bubbles for the kids, so the kids learn relaxation techniques. I usually use that for kids.
The little ones, the little bottles.
Yeah, with a logo on it.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff.
Little pocket hand sanitizers.
Yeah.
Keep it clean.
Oh,
that is big.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think we can get a lot of ideas from their website. So I think if maybe Jessie, once you find out the website or the name of the company and their website, so that we can all start going on there and doing our research and just bring our favorites to the next meeting.
Okay.
So let me ask you this. Could we all agree on the 3x5 card now so that we can get that one started for future events, and then we can come back to look at other items that we want to add to that? Would that be a good idea?
Yeah. Who would make that for us though? Would that be like a printing company or?
Yeah, you would typically get that done. You'd have it created, and then a printing company would print it out, like 100, like 1,000 or 5,000, like Minuteman Press or something like that. And then you just put the basics and the logo on there, and that's all there is to it. I'm sure the town has a company that they already use to do the pamphlets and flyers that they put out in the front lobby.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a really important one, because the last couple of times I've had to scramble at the last minute and come up with something and just print it at the town. So yeah, do you want to make a motion, John?
Absolutely. I make a motion that we create the 3x5 card and get it ready for the town.
I second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And I think it would also be great to have it. Oh, sorry.
Motion
I always
passed.
forget the against. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it would also be great to have them at all the Mary Collins and other different, so they, someone goes to the park and that's also there and they can take it with them. That would be excellent.
I think that's easily done, because once I think, basically, Vivian, if you and Jessie can work on what the verbiage should be in it, and then and get an approval from the town on it, and then get it printed. All we have to do is tell the town at that point, look, we have 5,000 of these pamphlets. We'd like to take 1,000 of them and have you guys distribute them at all of our centers so people can pick them up. That's easy for them to do.
Yeah. Okay, great. Awesome. All right, so everybody, we're gonna wait for Jesse to get us that website and the name of the company so that we can go shopping. All right, so next item, Assistive Technology Assistance Program. Okay, I was thinking that, you know, with everything going on and, you know, kids having to go back to school online, you know, there could be a need out there for kids who need laptops or tablets, or, you know, or any type of assistive technology. It could be hearing aids, it could be, you know, a wheelchair. I mean, some families are really having a lot of financial difficulties at the moment. So, you know, I thought, you know, maybe we could try to come up with some type of program where, you know, maybe families can apply for assistance. You know, it's just an idea. I don't know. I would like to open up the floor for discussion and see what you guys think that we could.
I think it's a great idea. I just think it's going to be incredibly difficult to administer and decide who gets what and why. So I'm curious if there's other committees or boards or advisory groups within the town that are doing something similar or not.
Well, I would love to partner with the Education Advisory Board. I know that they do similar, you know, scholarship type of things, and they have the connections with the schools that are in the town. And so we could kind of find out the needs from them. And I know that they, you know, maybe it wouldn't go to a particular student. Maybe it's a classroom that needs a computer or a smart board, or, you know, whatever those things are called. Or they need some type of, I don't know, program or something, you know, whatever the need is in the education system. Because I feel like right now.
But are you saying to the individual student or to the school?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be to an individual student. Maybe, you know, we can ask the schools, you know, what are you missing? What do you need? How can we help? You know, but focused on the special needs classrooms.
Yeah, I think we talked about this in one of the.
Sometimes, you know, those are left behind or forgotten.
Yeah, and I think we may have talked about it either in May or June. I can't remember, but I think that's a great idea. And I think it's much cleaner if we go to the school directly. Because I think if we have to start establishing criteria for who gets access to those funds and for what purpose and how do they qualify, I think that's a big undertaking. So to the extent that school can clearly demonstrate that there's a need and that a need can be addressed by us voting, given our budget and whatnot, I think that makes it a process a lot more manageable.
I think it is more manageable, but I think it's more limiting.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I mean, again, I think if you think about the practicality of it, right? So how do you got to create an application. You got to figure out how you're going to determine the criteria to get access to it. We're going to have ongoing votes and decisions on who gets what and why. And then there's going to have to be a tracking system for that. It's also going to have to be a log of what happened. And it's just, I think there's a lot of administrative and operational stuff that's going to be needed. Whereas I think with a school, it seems, I think that process has cut down significantly. But to your point, it's not going to impact as many people directly as if we did it the other way. I agree with that.
Or maybe we can get the individual, or yeah, maybe we can obtain the individual or whatnot through the school. You know, asking the school, hey, you know, if you know of any student that needs X, Y, and Z. You know,
I was thinking something like that, because a lot of times in the schools they can get the assistive technology for the children for the most part. Maybe there's cases that they can, or maybe there's something more. But I was thinking like for the home, especially, like maybe they need like a special desk or something. I don't know. Of course, we'll be careful with the whole HIPAA. It's not like they can probably tell us exactly who it is unless, so I don't know how that would work. But I mean, I think that sounds like an amazing idea. I think there's a lot of need. And right now we're going virtual. We don't know, at least we know until October. We don't know after that if we're going to continue virtual. And there's probably kids that maybe there's things they don't have at home. Because a lot of times we think assistive technology, like a tablet, but it can also be a desk. It can be, you know, special pencils. I don't know, like it could be so many things. So, I mean, I don't know how we would be able to do that though. Maybe, I don't know if the schools would be willing to like tell us, oh, look, that we know a child that needs this and this. I don't know, but I think that sounds amazing.
I've actually seen this done. And when I was news director back in Missouri, our schools did the same thing. And their Camden School District did the same thing. What they did was they put out a discussion with all the parents during the school board. And they sent out a letter. They agreed on a letter they sent out to every parent, asking if there was any need that related to technology that they just didn't have and they couldn't get. And they got their data back from the parents, because the parents can sign a waiver saying yes to the school because it's a school. And the school then collected who they needed and went to the community foundation that serves that area. We have a community foundation of the lake. And they went and they figured out everything that was in need and what they could provide and what they were able to give, and they gave it back, and they gave it through the school, and the school gave it to the parents. So that same concept that Carlos was mentioning, is this is actually would work perfectly, is that we would go and connect with all the schools that are in Miami Lakes, say, look, we want to help with the assisted programs, whether it's a height adjustable desks that go up and down, if it's special screens that are larger for them to see if they have issues with vision or what have you. Let us know what they need, because they can't get that from the school. The school's only going to give them one computer, and that's it. So they can tell them, yeah, this student needs a bigger screen. This student needs that. So at that point, then they can say to us, we have confirmation from a parent. These are the people that need help. Can you help us? And then we go through that process. That keeps everything clean from HIPAA.
Great. So I think we, you know, by partnering with the Education Advisory Board, they already have all the connections in school, you know, because they donate stuff to school all the time. We just want to make sure that, you know, whatever we donate, it's going to a special needs classroom.
Or child, because not necessarily will the child be in a special needs classroom.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Or a child with.
I think it's a great idea. I think the best thing you could do at this point, Vivian, is that we should definitely try to make a partnership with the Education Advisory Board and see how they can help us connect with the school to make this thing happen.
Okay, excellent. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and you know, try to partner, you know, pending that they agree with the special need. I mean, the Education Advisory Board to provide an assistive technology program, you know, to a school. Anybody second?
I second.
Okay.
Discussion.
I third. Everybody was like really quick for that.
Hold on. We have the second. Let's go to discussion.
Are we going to distinguish the schools that are eligible for this and not?
There's
elementary, you know, public schools, obviously, but no charter schools. Are those going to be open as well?
Well, that's something that I would love to discuss with the Education Advisory Board, since they do this all the time. They would know, you know, do they include, you know, the private schools? Because there's also private schools here in Miami Lakes. Do they include those or just the Miami-Dade County Public Schools? You know, I would love to get that feedback from them.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. And you guys tell me I'm off base if you think that that's the case. Do you think we should get more details around what we think this would look like before we do a motion to actually do it? You know, in other words.
Well, I mean, the motion is just to approach the Education Advisory Board and get information from them on starting this program. We're not, you know, once, you know, I meet with them, any of you are welcome to come with me to one of their meetings or join their Zoom meeting. That's, you know, that's what I'm planning on doing. I'm going to find out when their next meeting is and join their meeting and, you know, get some feedback from them or what could we do, you know, and then I would bring it back to you guys and we discuss it more. This is just the beginning of, you know, me approaching. Do you guys agree that we should approach the Education Advisory Board to discuss this type of program?
Fair point. Thanks.
That's what the motion is, which was seconded. So are we ready to vote or is there any more discussion? Okay.
Let's vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any against? No, motion passes. Okay, so I will reach out to the Education Advisory Board and I will let you guys know when I'm gonna join in their meeting, you know, and any of you who want to join that day will, you know, will be welcome to as well. So we can discuss, you know, what we can do together.
Is it possible for maybe Jesse or someone to email us the day of the meeting so we don't, the whole sunshine, so we can know when that meeting is going to happen and if we're able to be a part of it, we are?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, we'll definitely do that. Okay, so next up. All right, virtual Mayor's Gala. Okay, so obviously this year we're not gonna have the gala. John, maybe you can help me with this because you know how our school is gonna be doing a virtual gala. So I was thinking, I actually brought it up to Joseph, the mayor's assistant, about having, you know, that company that's doing it for SFAX, having him present to Joseph as an option because, you know, that's where we get our money. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I thought the guy does a great explanation and a great presentation of how this could work.
When we have him, we can get a quote from him. And then we also have the people that I worked with for the Diamonds and Denim event that was earlier this year. And that was another virtual gala. So there's a couple of companies out there that do that and they do a pretty good job. It's all done through Zoom anyway, and then live streamed on Facebook. And if we can get a quote on what it costs to run it and then see if the mayor's office wants to partner up to do it, then all we have to do is figure out the talent for it and what we're going to do in it. And then we can move forward on it. I don't see why it wouldn't be an issue to do. And I think we could pull it off. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge because we're a bit smaller than all the rest of them, but we can do it. I think we can do it.
One of the things, though, as Vivian mentioned, is before we get to that, Joseph would like to learn more about it and have them do a presentation for them, just an informational presentation to see how it works. And obviously, one of the concerns is, well, how would we raise money? I'm familiar. You can put the link in for people to donate. You can do raffles. You can do auction, you know. So just thinking in comparison with, you know, how much we raised from last year's gala versus how much we can potentially raise or, you know, raise this year. The concern is, will we be able to raise that much money or more? by doing it this way? And then depending on the cost of those companies that do the virtual, would they be willing to sponsor so that more of the funds that we're able to raise goes back to us?
Yeah, like he was really interested in like, okay, how much do they charge?
Yeah.
Do we know what month? Because I know usually the mayor's gala is September, right before the fiscal year is over.
It wouldn't be in September.
Yeah, I was thinking it's too soon.
It would, we would have to push it because it would really have to be advertised and all of that. I know it sounds, when I first heard about it, because my son's school is doing a virtual gala this year, because obviously, they always do a gala to fundraise for the school. But and at first, I was very skeptical, and I was like, oh, that's, who's gonna go to a virtual gala, But the way that the guy explained it, it seems really cool, and I think we could raise a lot of money because you're not going to be charging people $150 per ticket, so they could, and you're not going to be spending money on decorations and food, and the expenses are not going to be as much as when we have an actual gala. So
well, I
don't
tell
know.
you,
I think it's worth looking at as an option.
Yeah. I'd like
agree.
to do a presentation for us, but it'd be good. I don't know how many of you guys understand how this works. I am completely oblivious. So I'd be interested in learning how it works.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we, I can reach out to the group that's doing SFAX, and I can reach out to the group that did the Denim and Diamonds event and see what they think and what they can present. Maybe they can present with Joseph. So then when I get an answer from them, Jesse and Vivian, I'll send you a link, and I'll forward you guys the email so you can see the communications going on, and then we can have them connect with Joseph to do a presentation. As I know that the event the first one I did, when Dr. Moody was talking to me about this, I said the same thing to her, was that they didn't know how to do the event either, because they had planned this huge crystal ballroom thing with the Miami Women Who Rock. They had news media coverage for it and everything, and they had to do it all virtual at the last minute because their event was in April. And it was right before, it was right in the middle of COVID starting. And they were able to do, I think they said it was, around 100 people participated in the VIP program, which they all paid $100 for. And they got coordinated through the group that did the event, a meal delivered to their home by a local restaurant, and also two glasses of champagne and a goodie bag. And then they had 4 or 5, I think, major sponsors that were actually involved in the event. They came and they just talked a little bit about what they did and how they support this group. And it was for ABA therapy. So that's what they talked about. And then they had 2 musicians who donated their time to play music. And they had a couple of families come on and talk about what's their experience and how they were helped and so on. But they also had an auction, and I think they raised around $100,000. So it can be done. We just need to get the logistics of the upfront costs and then see if the sponsors are willing to be involved, just as they were for these guys.
Yeah, like the way I understood it is that it's kind of like a telethon type of thing, and like a lot of the stuff is pre-recorded, and then it all gets edited and stuff, and it's like a show. Like I don't know if you've seen like how now they do award show, like or TV shows from like people's, like they're not all together like before. Like they'll film a singer singing on top of a building, and then they'll film another singer singing on a stage like by themselves. But then when they put the whole show together, it looks like all together, like you're watching like a 1-hour special on something, and they make it look all nice, like you're watching a TV show. You kind of understand?
Yeah. I think
it's kind of like what TV has had to do lately, I don't know if anybody watched the special on that congressman who passed away, John Lewis, I believe his name is.
Yes.
And they did a special where like people sang, and it was like amazing. And it was all done in COVID. I mean, there was no audience, but they filmed like Jennifer Hudson sang something, then like, you know, some marching band did another thing, and the national anthem, and like it was all edited and put together in a way that it was like a great show. So people would, you know, pay to see that or pay for tickets. And like John said, you know, they can have a meal delivered or a bottle of wine, a goodie bag and stuff like that. And, you know.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Let me reach out to them. Let me reach out to the guy that's in, well, on Wednesday when we have our committee meeting. I'll see if I can get his contact info there, and I'll reach out to this other group. The other group is called Ashley Jordan Events, and they're the ones that put on the one that I did earlier this year. So I'll reach out to both of them and get some answers for you and see if we can get a quote on that this week, and then get it over to Joseph so they can have a discussion on it. And that way, when we come back to our next meeting, we can decide, we can find out from the town if they're on board, and then we can start doing something with it. Or if they're not on board, then we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Now, my only concern is the time lapse, because the last time we had a meeting was in June. So now we're having our next meeting now August. So does that mean that our next meeting is going to be October?
No.
Hopefully not.
We're gonna start asking for our next meeting like from now, so that we can get the one like a month from today.
Okay, yeah, because if we have to wait 2 months, then you know it's too much, and we need to plan for it.
Yeah, no, we're gonna start meeting again, you know, hopefully once a month again, like usual.
Yes, last 2.5 months.
It's just difficult to get like the times from the Zoom and all of that, coordinating with the town is but it's getting easier, so
it's getting better.
Yeah.
I'd love to also incorporate Funclusion in there for this year, because my babies are already.
Would be great if we could have like some of the performers be, you know, Funclusion performers.
They're already asking, Miss Jessie, when's Funclusion? I'm like 2021.
No, that's perfect. We could marry the two together, and the Mayor's Gala and Funclusion 2020 all online, and that would be huge.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get those questions asked right away, and then we'll get them back to Joseph. I'll be seeing Joseph in a couple of weeks actually, so I'll make sure he gets it.
Okay. All right, John. So I'm counting on you to get those contacts for us and like make that happen.
You can count on me.
Thank you. Okay, so next up, all right, sponsor Hope for Autism Halloween and Christmas events. Okay, I think you are all familiar with the Hope for Autism group in Miami Lakes. And unfortunately, they've had to, cancel their Halloween party and their Christmas party. So what they're going to do is they're going to have like these drive-by, I guess, giveaways. So for Halloween, they're going to have like a drive-through, candy pickup, and the kids are going to go in costume but stay in their cars. And then they're going to each pick up like a bag with candy and crayons and coloring books, and so I wanted to and for Christmas the same thing, except it's going to be a gift, like an actual toy. For the younger kids, and the older kids always get like a gift card. So I'm gonna be dressing up as my usual Mrs. Claus. So I will be there because I am part of the Hope for Autism group. And so I wanted to maybe, donate something for the kids, whether it's cookies or cupcakes or something that we could, give them. We have the money, and they're a group, they're a local group that they do a lot of good in the community. So I thought, and they always support us at our events. And I thought we could give back to them.
I agree. I mean, the group is here. It's in Miami Lakes, and they have been doing work a long time for this community. So they certainly deserve our support. But I think rather than trying to pick out some stuff to give away or ideas of what we can give to them, it would be probably better if we actually would work with Hope for Autism and actually just sponsor their event, and then be able to give them the money they need to go pick out the toys. Because I don't know, it feels to me like we're going to get convoluted in trying to figure out what we should be giving out from our team. I think we should just let them pick that out, because they already know what they're doing and have done this many times. And then we just give them a few of our new marketing materials that we're getting ready to make happen before these events happen, and they can give that out as well. I would think that would work better.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the money sounds better too, because in the end, they're going to be the ones to know exactly what it is that they need. And like John said, they've done it a long time. So I think so I guess if we all agree, and I guess the amount then, or if someone has another idea.
Hey guys, I'm really sorry. For whatever reason, I've had a terrible connection the whole night, and I missed everything that John said. So I'm gonna
what I was saying, Carlos, was that I feel that it would be better for us to just sponsor their program, so their Halloween drive and their Christmas drive, and we just sponsor them by giving them a donation and putting our name on it, and then giving them our marketing materials to also put in there, rather than trying to pick out a toy or a bakery item that we suggest to give to them. It just seemed like that would be a lot easier, because they are an established group that's been doing it for a long time in the town, and they pretty much know how to pick out what toys to give out and what items to give out. And I think if we just sponsored them, it'd be a lot easier and a lot cleaner.
I agree 100%. And maybe it can help on the back end, kind of whether it's wrapping or packing or organizing stuff, as they make their purchases. Maybe we can volunteer in that sense as well. But I agree with you 100%.
Absolutely, yeah. Volunteer sounds like a good idea too. I think we'd do a little bit of both there. We just have to come up with a number. I mean, what's a number to us looking at this, and where does the budget come from? That's what we have to figure out, is where do we take it from and how much?
Carlos, can you repeat the buckets? Oh, I think Carlos is frozen.
Yeah, all I heard was numbers, so I guess we want to know the budget. I think this would probably fall under, you could certainly argue it's community awareness, but it's also social and recreational.
Yes, social and recreational. That's a good.
I was thinking that too, social.
So, I mean, that's pretty, like I said, I think the only thing two things we've had in here, and one of the things I need to confirm is again, it's been June since we last met, what the final number was for the summer Painting with a Twist event that was canceled or postponed. Because the number I have in my notes was a big one. So can someone confirm what we have voted on and agreed to back for that?
It was what? It was 400 kids at $10, right? So it was $4,000, right?
That's what I had, but that seemed like a number, so I wasn't sure if that was.
We haven't paid for it yet because we've only paid a $200 deposit.
Okay.
So technically we haven't paid for it yet, but yeah, you need that's going to be rescheduled, so that money is already going to that. So how much money would we have left over after after the $4,000.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm having a hard time with this here. About $5,660 plus or minus. That's what would be left.
All right.
So I think we could either, again, not knowing where our funding is going to come from, and thinking about where the balances need to be spent and for how long. I don't know if, since we haven't truly financially committed to Painting with a Twist, maybe we don't do as much there, so we can do some here, or we do less here and keep the 4,000 with Painting with a Twist. But 5,000 for what could be another year or so seems pretty light.
Well, I guess the bigger question then is, how much are we thinking about giving to them? I mean, if it's $500 for each event and $1,000 total, that doesn't really hurt us that much. If it's $1,000 per each event, then we're talking a little bit more money. I mean, for Halloween, isn't it just going to be candy? Is it just candy, or is there other things they're going to give out too?
Yeah, they usually give out like crayons and coloring books.
Okay, so
it's not very expensive stuff. I mean, I think $500 is a good amount.
So $500 for just Halloween, right?
Yeah.
Now for Christmas, that's a little bit more. So if we did 1,000 for Christmas and 500 for the Halloween, it's 1,500 total.
Actually, I would do like 250 for Halloween and 500 for Christmas.
That sounds good to me. That's what I was thinking too.
There's only like, there's between like 70 and 80 kids and teenagers in the group.
I'm cool with that number. That seems logical to me, because Halloween's going to be a little less. A lot of it's more volunteer work, putting the candy bags together or what have you. Whereas Christmas is going to be where you're trying to at least get each kid would be able to get some kind of a present, and I think that is important too. So yeah, 250 and 500 sounds good to me. I'm good with it.
I would like to recluse myself from voting for this item because I am very involved with the Hope for Autism group. So I would feel more comfortable if you guys voted on it without me.
All right, good. So then I'll put a motion out that we support and sponsor the Hope for Autism team for their Halloween event and for their Christmas event by donating $250 to the Halloween event and $500 to the Christmas event, as well as some of our marketing materials once produced, to also give out for those that are in need. That's my motion.
I second.
So all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Anyone against? Looks like the motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. So that was okay. Okay, so the last item on the agenda is Jen's item. So Jen, you have the floor to go ahead and talk about your item and what you want to propose.
Okay, so I propose us doing a Zoom online ASL or sign language course for people in our community. It's very limited resources, and we do have a pretty big community here in the town of Miami Lakes, including Miami Lakes K-8, who also does have a deaf program. I do know of a teacher who so happens to be deaf. who would be able to provide those courses.
Could we use your program for would it need to be the very next event that we do, like the Zoom thing, or would it fall into place? Does it matter when it runs?
What do you mean?
Would it be a one-time thing or a monthly activity?
I think it could be weekly, because it's one of those things, you use it or you lose it, in terms of when you're learning the sign. But monthly, yeah, eventually what I want to do is bring monthly deaf events to our community. But that's a whole other story once COVID, when it disappears, if it ever goes away. So that's what I propose.
I like the idea. I mean, it's needed. You know, many times we can easily get lost in just discussing autism over and over again because it's the biggest and the most difficult to deal with at this point. But there are other disabilities that we cover, and that's why we're here. So it makes plenty of sense to want to offer this, especially right now when it needs to be offered at this time. What I was asking kind of was like, do you want to do it? If we were to do it, do you want to do it on a monthly basis on like a Zoom type thing? Would we put this out just like we did with the lady we just had on?
Sorry, you kind of cut off there, but
no, my internet sucks.
Okay, so you're saying the Zoom monthly meetings with that teacher. I was thinking more along the lines of what we did with the transition program, which we had, we did have that, weekly, and then monthly we can have like an update as to, if a lot of people are showing up, but give the town the opportunity to really promote the services that we're giving. One of the reasons that I actually thought about this as well was I was in one of the Facebook Lives and somebody mentioned, hey, there's no interpreter. So it's definitely something that I feel it's really needed here.
And just to give you guys an idea, it is probably the most underserved group of individuals with disabilities. There's no interpreters available in the employment sites, in public places, when you go to the doctor's offices with your kids. So there's a really dire need for it. And even in the school system for like IEP meetings and all that kind of stuff, there's a real lack of communication. So the need is very high. Once a week, just thinking out loud, we would have to see what works, if weekly or monthly, or how we could incorporate it with something else, just depending on the scheduling. It's a whole matter of the scheduling situation. And then, what, based on what we spent with the transition program, what would be a considerable amount of money that the committee could spend with the teacher?
Do we have, again, I apologize, but my connection has been terrible. Do we have somebody already picked for this, or?
I have somebody that's available that I can go ahead and bring to our next meeting so we can have that.
I need to get my charger real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's a great idea. And I was thinking maybe once every 2 weeks, because maybe once a month is probably too long, to your point, Jen. You have.
Anybody catch that?
Yeah, I caught the tail end of it. He said it once a month was too long, and once a week might be too much for us to handle right now. So every other week.
Okay. That makes sense.
Now that kind of leads me to my question. What I was trying to figure out was, are we doing this virtual, right? It's all gonna be virtual, right?
Yeah. I mean, right now we can't really meet in person.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can't really do it in person unless we have an ample space for social distancing, which I don't even know if that's possible right here.
Yeah, and do we have to go through the town to do it online or to do it virtually? Do we have to go through the Zoom protocol that we've been going through to get meetings set up, or is it separate?
It's probably going to be the same protocol. So I would, once you guys make the decision, I would take it back to Claricel and see what's available for scheduling.
Can we find out how much this teacher would charge for this? And I don't know, to me, it seems like every 2 weeks seems seems logical.
Okay. Yeah, I could definitely reach out to her and I can bring it to the table.
Do you guys, what do you guys think about the frequency of these?
Well, I think if you're truly going to learn sign language, if that's the point of this, it needs to be more frequent. You know, think about learning another language. It's akin to that. So every 2 weeks, even like once a month is like not enough. If the goal is to get people to learn sign language. On the other hand, if the purpose is to bring awareness to the difficulties that this population is facing, like for example, think about deaf, hard of hearing with these face masks now. They can't read lips anymore. You're taking away a whole modality of communication. And I think people who are not part of that community don't even think about that. So maybe we can start off with that, like just educating the general public about these things and keeping in mind things should be closed caption for this population. Maybe it starts like that. And then when we get traction, then it becomes like, who's really interested in this and can be committed and learn sign language. Maybe we look at healthcare students who are in healthcare in our community, maybe FIU students who are serving the community. Maybe we train them, like we sponsor them to go through these trainings. I don't know, just.
FIU does have an ASL club through John Paul, who's also a professor there. So yeah, I kind of agree with healthcare professionals because there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. There is no applied behavior analysis for the deaf or hard of hearing, mental health for the deaf or hard of hearing. It's very, very limited. There's one person in Jackson Memorial Hospital. So
we have to do this, just a matter of how, but I think we have to. I think we.
And then we have a school in Miami Lakes who does have the deaf and hard of hearing program. And I can tell you right off the bat about good, Angela, your speech, right? Your speech pathologist.
Yeah.
So what do you say? It was like an 85% of the parents of deaf or hard of hearing children, they don't know sign, so they can't even communicate with their children. And that's really due to the lack of the resources unless you sign up for paid classes. So that's kind of why I'm bringing this to the table, is to just really open a line of communication between parents and their children and the town.
Yeah,
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, we got to do that.
Is there any way that we could do some type of survey, maybe at Miami Lakes K-8? Weren't you volunteering there, Jen?
I tried to volunteer, and then I ended up volunteering for a school in Hialeah, and I just kind of like stuck there. But I did reach out. I did reach out to, I think, the person in charge of the program.
Because I wish we could do some type of survey where the town could ask its residents, like, who, if anybody is interested in doing this. Let's say 5 people are, 5 parents, maybe from that group, from that school. We could just pay for those 5 parents to take classes, at their own time, and we just pay for the class.
I mean, I think
that actually could be done.
Something for everybody, where everybody's not going to be interested. Does that make sense? Maybe just targeting that populations, like what you just said, the parents. I mean, that's not to be able to communicate with your child. I mean, I know what that's like. So
I think the only thing I'd say to that is that I think that will increase the cost exponentially, because you're going to have one teacher for each parent, and as opposed to paying for one teacher for groups of people. And so I think, in the spirit of trying to keep the expense down, maybe we keep it to 10 people per session, or however it is, so people feel like there's more engagement and it's not 50 people on a chat. But very expensive for paying per person or per family.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, if you guys want to get the idea of what the public thinks about it, the easiest way to do that would be to have the town do a survey on the Facebook page. Have everybody comment on what they think they might need or would want from it, and we can share it under all the other groups that are around town, and then let it run for a couple of weeks, and then we can come back with an answer from that and say, okay, well, 30 people said that they'd like to participate. For 10 people said they wanted to participate. One person says they want to participate. Give us an idea, and it's not any skin off our back to try and do it that way, because it's all online, all social media, and the town hosts it anyway. So all they have to do is put out a survey as a post.
Right. I mean, I definitely think, you know, I want to do it. I definitely want to do it. I just don't want to do it and then nobody shows up.
Vivian, we did the same thing for the transition program. Before we started the transition program, the town developed an online registration. And so then the town would get the registrations, and then I would be in the town twice a week to review the registrations and call the parents, etc. So the same idea, you know, in relation to the survey, doing an online registration to see who is interested, and yes, making sure that we're targeting individuals that are deaf and hard of hearing and their families, because we don't, you know, we want to be very specific in that sense.
Right.
So
so
I think that would be, yes, that would be probably more feasible than the survey and all of that. You know, this is what we have, making sure we have the curriculum and everything developed. We have the teacher confirmed. Okay, this is the program. Now who's interested via the registrations? Maybe we can put the link on the website, on the town's website, like we did for the transition meeting or the transition program, excuse me, and then we go from there.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like a lot of people could say they're interested, but not really sign up for something. You know what I'm saying? So, so yeah, I think we should start like that.
Okay, so Jesse, who would be the one that's reaching out to put that on the site?
I will present it to Claricel.
Okay.
But we need the information though, as to, you know, who's going to teach the class, how many, you know, is it a 45-minute class, once a week, twice a week, every day? Like, we need all those details. So the people who are signing up, they know what they're signing up for.
I mean, I propose
they have to make.
I propose 1 hour a week for a group, depending on the amount of people. So like Carlos said, 10 people per group. It would actually all depend on how many people want to participate, and are we able to target specifically also Miami Lakes K-8 and those parents that might need some assistance in learning how to communicate with your kids. So 1 hour a week, and then the budget, I mean, I can ask her what the rate would be for a group.
Yeah, please find out that information. Is that the customary way to teach? Is it 1 hour a week, or is it better to do, you know, twice a week, or, you know, and how much does it cost?
I mean, it's one of those things that you need to constantly be practicing, because you will lose it.
Well, I think to Angela's point too is, you know, and to Jen, to your point, the frequency of it, right, is important. So maybe you ask her, you know, in a perfect world, what would the frequency be? Would it be every every other day for 2 months, or would it be once a week? And that way we have various levels. And as interest grows, if people want to do it, we don't have to then go back and reinvent it. We can just move into the next phase.
Right. And it would, you know, we would have to start like, you know, like level 1 or beginner's level, you know, and we would have to advertise it like as an 8-week program or 10-week program. Like, people need to know what they're committing to, the times and the you know, length of weeks or months or whatever that they're committing to when they're signing up for something.
Yeah, I agree. And then the level of understanding of it too, because if somebody feels insecure about going into a call and not knowing, you know, what they can and cannot do and how they're going to be viewed by others. And so, to your point, an entry level, kind of a midpoint, and then.
Right. So I would love to see from the teacher some type of, like, I don't know if you would call it a curriculum, or like, you know, or like the levels of a program. Would it be broken up into like 3 levels, like beginners and intermediate, and, you know, or conversation? I'm not sure. I'm not in that field, but you know, how would it be broken up into, like, let's say 6-week programs or 8-week programs, or, you know, how is that going to work? Because when we put it out there, because that's how we did it with the transition class, you know, it was an 8-week program. You know, we called it a pilot program because it was the first time, like, we were doing it. You know, we created it out of, you know, nothing. We made it up. So, you know, I would love to see, you know, how it would be, how is it usually done? You know, in like 4-week programs, 6 weeks, twice a week. Like, we need that in order to advertise it and see how many people would actually sign up for the program.
Okay. Yeah, either way, I'm meeting with her tomorrow, so I can go ahead and ask for these questions tomorrow. Who do I send this information to? Or we're going to have another meeting to have a meeting about this meeting?
Send the information. Send the information to Jessie. Everything always, Jessie is like our filter. Everything has to go through her. Everything goes to her.
Send it to me, Jen, and then, you know, before I even present it to Claricel, so that we make sure we have all the details then.
Okay.
So did we have a motion? And I forgot. We haven't had a motion.
No, there was no motion.
To go to, you know. Jen, can you make a motion to?
I'm making a motion to bring ASL to the community once a week and post it on Facebook and see who bites. I think that's it.
We don't know if it's going to be once a week yet, so don't say once a week.
Okay, so I propose just ASL.
I say we hold this motion for this, and we don't have any information. I mean, what are we really motioning at this point? That the idea of getting information and coming back. So I'd rather not put Jen in that situation where we're motioning something that may not actually, you know, materialize exactly the way she's saying it. Just my sense, my
Yeah.
Right, but in order for us to have the town, you know, create the whatchamacallit?
Yeah, but the thing is, we're not doing that yet, right? I think we're just getting information to decide whether or not we're actually going to be able to go to the town and ask them to do this. Because if she says, "Look, I'm only going to do it if it's twice a week," and that comes at a cost of X, and we say, "Okay, we can't do that," then we're not going to go to the town, right?
Yes, you're right.
So I just
you're thinking of the money, yes.
Well, I'm thinking of both, but yeah, you know, it doesn't make sense to motion something that doesn't have any substance to it, frankly.
Right, we don't know if she's gonna charge $1,000 an hour, then we can't do it.
Can we make like some like a range or the max, so that way we are able to kind of at least have something on the table that we could bring to Claricel and not have to wait till the next meeting? Is that an option? Yes.
No, we don't need it. We don't need a motion for that.
No,
I think we just have to hold each other accountable. I think we just have to hold each other accountable for following up and having our next meeting, and then making sure that we did what we said we were going to do, to the extent there's people that have to do stuff. But I mean, to motion, I don't know, just my opinion.
I just bring that information forward, Jen. I think all that information from the potential instructor. Let's get all the ducks in a row and then come back to it.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all you really have to do. With all my years that I've done this as a reporter, pretty much the town, when they have an idea like this, all they have to do is gather the data. They bring it to, you know, to Jessie and Vivian. They talk about what it is, and you go to Claricel and see if they're interested. And then you can come back into the next meeting. And we would say, all right, we know exactly how much, when, where, and what. Are we all in agreement in doing it? And that's when we need to do the motion.
Okay. That's it. That was my idea.
Okay. So don't need a motion. Okay, especially because we're not spending any money on it yet. So that's really when we need to motion. Okay, great. But you know, definitely we're all in agreement. Jen, with your item, and please get that information so we can, move forward with it, hopefully at the next meeting.
Do we need a motion to put it on the next agenda, or do we just suggest that it goes on the next agenda?
No, it'll be part of old business in the next agenda because
Okay,
it's
perfect.
it was added to this agenda at the beginning of the meeting, remember?
Yep, that's okay. That's right. Cool.
It'll become old business for next agenda, so it'll automatically be on the next agenda.
Question, Vivian, would you like, I mean, I guess depending on the situation, would I bring her to the next meeting?
You could, she could, yeah, it'd be great to meet her.
Do we have an interpreter? I mean, I can interpret, but like, there's just so much I can interpret really, but I can help facilitate communication.
I can find out with the town.
Okay.
I can find out with the town if we can obtain one.
Okay, sounds good.
So this would be the teacher.
Yes. She teaches at one of the schools in Hialeah. I'm not going to disclose the name, but one of the schools in Hialeah.
Vivian, I know what you're thinking, but it's very common for a fully deaf and hard of hearing teacher to teach a sign language class. And they recommend, that's actually pretty cool, and they recommend that that's like the only way you're actually going to learn the sign language.
It actually really is.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. To really learn the language and the culture is just throw yourself in there, a pack of wolves.
Yeah.
Go for it. But
My son does that to me every day. And just, he throws things at me and that's how he tells me what he wants.
There you go.
Well, that's another point I wanted to make. There's a lot of kids with autism who communicate through sign language. So you're not just targeting, the deaf and hard of hearing, but.
Yeah, I mean, usually with autism, what I've come to find is very modified sign, the usual want, milk, cookie, cake.
I still remember.
More.
Help.
Okay.
Ryan used to do that when he was a baby.
And that's it.
Oh, and thank you.
There you go, and thank you.
I know those.
Jessica can figure spell pretty good, though. I've seen her in action with Max from Definitely Dope.
I love sign language.
Okay, excellent. So that was the last item on our agenda. Does anybody have any announcements?
I do.
Yes, John.
It's a very special thing. On August 22nd, I will officially become a resident of Miami Lakes.
Yay!
Congratulations!
We got a home over by 82nd, and we're moving in on Saturday.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
That's great.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Welcome to the party.
Thank you. They're supposed to do a ribbon cutting for us on the second. So that's why I said I can speak to Joseph when he gets there.
Great. I look forward to seeing that. Awesome. Anybody else have any other announcements? No. I know somebody had a birthday recently. Yesenia, happy birthday a few days ago. I hope you had a nice time with your family, your beautiful family.
Thank you, we did. And actually, Jacob's birthday is Wednesday, so.
Oh, wow. You have a ton in a row because your daughter's birthday was close too. So you have like 3 in a row. My goodness. Party time.
I bet you get all your cakes from Vicky Bakery. That way they're only $10 a piece.
I know.
So how does it feel being 30?
Oh, I was gonna say. What are you gonna say?
Still being live, okay? This is still being live.
I thought we kept going down with all the stuff that's going on. We go down in age, right? I mean, I'm already 34, so next year I'll be 33, and then 32, and then because we're going to go backwards to go back to the better years, right?
Benjamin Button.
So down in age, but up in weight. Is that how this is gonna work?
Yeah, the weight is terrible.
saying.
Yeah, this year I'm skipping this year. I actually, since the last meeting, I turned 50.
No, you didn't. Get
Well,
out of
happy
here.
birthday to you too, both of you.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I did.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You're just trying to play on our emotions. No, there's no way. There's no way you turned 50. No way.
Yes,
I don't believe you. I don't care. I don't care if you show me an ID. I don't believe it.
And I had a big, but my sisters had a big party planned for me and a trip to Sedona, and it all had to be canceled.
Oh,
So I'm
so
saying
sorry.
this year doesn't count. So next year I'm turning 50 again.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this was a great, productive meeting. And I'm calling to adjourn the meeting at, what time is it?
9:44.
Guys, have a good night.
All right.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Germán.
Bye.
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 I'm just trying to see who's going to be the last one to go. Yes, of course. By the way, before you go, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You know,
I miss life. I miss